is here with us to do the honors. So if you would please stand and remove cover.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Wow, great job. Great job, Ava. Well, we're ready to get started off with here today. As we begin our Bred and Heifer show, Class 1 will be entering the ring. We have 3 head in this class, and would like to thank our Class 1 sponsor is the Nebraska Sharkation Committee and the Nebraska Junior Charlet Association. I'd like to remind all of our exhibitors as well, today it'll be a 2-strike rule on the female show, and once we move into the bull show, it'll be a 1-strike rule. of our class winners and division winners, as well as reserve division, need to report to the backdrop so we can get pictures throughout the day.
Good morning, and definitely a pleasure to be here with you guys today. Looking forward to sorting through some bred and owned cattle, and then moving into some owned cattle. Definitely a privilege, and definitely something I've looked forward to. A trio of females here to get us started, and you know they're all three kind of different. I think this one up front kind of fits the mold a little bit of what I'm looking for, just in terms of her feminine and just her look up front. Awesome in terms of how her neck comes out the top side of her shoulder, and I think where she has the decided advantage over the two behind her is in terms of how she lays her muscle on her framework. That one's extremely smooth, and her muscle pattern smooth about how she lays her shoulder onto her body cavity, and one that I think gives you a very high quality look. If you want to talk muscle, body, and just overall mass, you're going to go with the 1 and 2, and hey, that's perfectly fine, because to be dead honest with you, I actually admire that one in terms of her structure off of her rear too. I do think she's a bit softer there in her hock. As we work from there up, maybe like I said, a shot rounder there out of her hip, maybe comes with a shot coarser type of a look there in her shoulder design and just about her head, but certainly one we have to appreciate in terms of the amount of just product and power and doability that she brings to the table. Young lady is going to round us out. Female that's very long and stretched out just in terms of her look and her length of body. A female that's very nice down her top line. That one probably gets a shot tight off of both ends of her skeleton for me. Like to just relax her there in her footwork and just see her get out and travel a shot easier. Definitely a very nice trio there to get us started.
Results for Class 1. First place goes to entry 103 with BJF Grace 3016L, owned by Cooper Dorn of Henning, Minnesota. Second goes to entry 107 with BD Juno, owned by Brooke Elizabeth Dunsmore of Mora, Minnesota. And third place goes to 101 with STF Miss Valentine 57, owned by Ashley Betker of Royalton, Minnesota. Placings again for Class 1 go 3, 1, 2. In the ring now we have Class 2.
get out here with a very nice pair of December females, but they're very contrasting just in terms of what they bring to the table. The longer I study the cattle, just the more comfortable I am with the young lady's female, just in her overall build in terms of her femininity and her smoothness. You study that one in her shoulder, her forerib, and how everything blends together up front. Very ideal in that situation. And I think when her shoulder's built the way it is, it allows her neck to come off the top side of it very attractively. I think where she also has the other advantage, just as in terms of her hip design, is she absolutely just dead level? No, but she's still more attractive in terms of where her tail head sets in between her pins. She's still more ideal in terms of how her muscle lays on her framework. I think that's the more futuristic option of the two. The young man's female is just an absolute truckload. I mean, that thing is massive bodied, super stout, and just way opened up. Hey, and if that's your speed, 100% don't disagree. For me today and for looking down the road, I'd like to just kind of smooth her up. Maybe one that, at the ground, she's super soft. She kind of wants to jab her hock and just hit them hard a little bit there from behind. But that is one that is super powerful, super opened up, and one that you have to appreciate for what she brings to the table.
Your results for Class 2, first place goes to entry 108 with Bar L Cadillac, owned by J.C. Littleton of Sims, Texas. Second place goes to 110 with Walmart Miss Halo 257P, owned by AIJCA Marston of Canton, Kansas. In the ring now, we have Class 3. Would like to thank the Nebraska Junior Charlet Association as our Class 3 sponsor. Those of you that have family at home that would like to watch along, they can log on to Showbarn Flicks to watch today and tomorrow's show. Also, for anybody interested in photography, the downloads are available, no charge. All you have to do is search for Brody Abney Photography online, and you can find the link to download photos from this year's AIJCA Junior National. Also would like to remind everybody, or they gave us an announcement, that if you would like a bottle of water, they have several bottles available free. They're in stock tanks right over here as you exit the cattle barns.
No. Is she the freakiest? No. The longer you study the cattle, I guess the more comfortable I became with that one being the combination animal and going ahead and getting the nod. The female here in two is one that I really like from her shoulder back. That one's awesome in terms of just the center part of her body. Has a very nice just amount of spread over top of her rib cage. One that I think is very ideal just in terms of the look that she presents to you. That calf is a little far forward there in terms of her shoulder. Wants to get a shot just forward there in her knee. I'd like to lay her back there and just see her travel more ideal, out of her front end. But in correlation to the female that's in three, she's still the more ideal one in terms of the shape to her neck, the shape to her head, and I'm just more confident in her structure going down the road, especially off of her rear too. Calf in three definitely has some extras. That thing is huge footed, super stout, super opened up. My issue with her is right here as we watch that calf leave. I'd like to see her just quite a bit more comfortable there. She hits the ground on her rear too, wants to get a shot rigid right there in her pastern and just kind of plant her weight unevenly there in her rear foot, but certainly one that I really like in terms of her body and muscle. Young lady's calf here is one that, puzzled me. That calf is a shot plainer about her neck. She does have some navel, but the longer I studied that animal, I was very comfortable with her structure, very comfortable with her body. If that calf was just a shot better looking, probably for me, she can move all the way up to the second hole. Like I said, just in terms of doability, in terms of easy keeping cattle that are awesome in their body, she definitely checks those boxes. For me, we got to clean her up her underline and just make her a shot more attractive. Young lady here in front of me, when this calf walked in, I really was intrigued. I love that one's look. I love just kind of, she gives you that look to me. You get that female heavy bred, continue her on feed, and her best days are only ahead of you. The longer I started to study her, I got a little bit worried about her shoulder angle, and then as we step in behind the cattle, she's a little bit more uncoordinated there in terms of her hind leg, but I'm still very confident in that thing's quality and where she will sit as she continues to go down the road. Young lady here coming next, awesome in terms of her hind leg, big-footed cattle that certainly gives you a feminine, nice look. Just a calf that I guess for me ran out of punch, ran out of dimension, and just needs more to her today. And then the young lady's calf that's going to round us out. Long-bodied cattle that certainly has enough muscle. She just needs more foot, bone to just make her proportion better from the side. Very intriguing and nice class to sort through with definitely a lot of differences up top.
Your results for Class 3. First place goes to entry 113 with MAH HSCC Vanessa K79, owned by Maddie Harward of Richfield, North Carolina. Second goes to entry 116 DCC KAC Gin on the Rocks 2239, owned by Camille Osmus from Houston, Texas. Third goes to entry 118 SFC Skittles 298, owned by Michaela Hauk of Prescott, Iowa. Fourth goes to 120 with FFC Miss Tell Them It's Me 9202K, owned by Lindsay Lee Franklin of Ladonia, Texas. Fifth goes to entry 121 KAC Miss Sideways 2235, owned by Camille Osmus of Houston, Texas. Sixth goes to 119 with CCAH Cali 2841P, owned by Avery Hahn of Winthrop, North Minnesota. And seventh place goes to 115 DDC Clara Bell K61P, owned by Lily Downey of Prattville, Alabama. Results again for Class 3 go 172, 36, 45. In the ring next, we have Class 4.
Probably a shot more difficult type of a class here to put together, and I'm not sure there's one that just reaches out and grabs you, but I'm very comfortable with these top two in terms of different things, and I'll describe that to you. The young man's female is not the most attractive about her neck and head, but when we start just studying basic build, body, and how everything fits together, I'm very comfortable with her. She probably does have an extra bit of set there to her hind leg, and that's not the most attractive, but it's still extremely functional in terms of how she gets out and grabs the ground. That's still a balanced female that definitely is a very nice project for that young man. The young lady's female is one from her shoulder back. I love her. I love just how her top line, her tail head, and how everything fits into her. Bottom line, I'll be dead honest with you, we just got to take that one shoulder and shove it back there on her rib cage. If we do that, it allows her to get out of her front end a shot better. That's an extremely attractive female that's very well put together in terms of her balance and proportions. We've just got to make her better off of her front end structure for me. Young man's calf's giving him a fit out here, and he's fighting through it, and I commend him. He could have gave up, but young man, this is a very nice calf. Awesome in terms of the middle center portion of her body. Still very attractive for the amount of body she has. She's one that we probably need to relax and just make a shot more coordinated there in terms of her rear too, but still a very high quality project for him. The remaining two, you can go either way. The young man's calf, I read a shot more just length and femininity in. She is a calf that goes maybe a shot east and west up front. I definitely like to just square her up and maybe give her a shot more body, but she's still the more attractive, feminine built cattle here of the remaining two. If you like them bold, massive, and opened up, you're certainly going to go with the young man's calf, and I have no issue with that because she's exactly what I just said. For me, I'd like to just smooth her up, make her shoulder and forerib kind of just blend more evenly there up front. Certainly a very intriguing class in terms of how you put them together. Very nice one to get us led off there.
Your results for Class 4. First place goes to 123 with HC Victoria 2234, owned by William Hoops from Letts, Iowa. Second goes to 126, GHC Wanda 2512, owned by Lana Johnson of Fort Collins, Colorado. Third place goes to 122, DF Chloe Dale D252P, owned by Logan James County of Hope, Indiana. Fourth goes to 125, JRE Ms. Samore 2206, owned by Jackson Ebert from Polo, Missouri. And fifth goes to 127, Walmart Miss Candy Miles 256P, owned by Isa Marston of Canton, Kansas. Placings again for Class 4 go 3, 1, 4, 2, 5. In the ring now, we have Class 5.
We'll get out here in this class of Septembers, and I apologize for walking these top three just one more time, but I guess when we get in this type of quality, I want to be 100% sure on what I'm seeing, and I thought these three deserve that. Young man's female, in my opinion, bottom line, combines the two cattle behind him. He has the power, the body, and just the foot and bone of the young lady's female right behind him, but combines that with the female that the female in 3 has, just in terms of her look and femininity. I thought that was the combination cattle that I was very comfortable in terms of her structure, her feet, and how that one went out and just grabbed ground and got around so comfortably. Young lady's female in 2 is ready to be here. There's no doubt about it. She overwhelms you just in terms of body, mass, and foot. That heifer to me, for me personally, I asked myself, okay, where's this one going to be, 2, 3, 4 months from now? Because right now she's got enough on her for me. I think that's causing her to push a shot of extra chest. But I do appreciate just the overwhelming amount of just power and mass that she has. And still, for that amount of just density that she brings to the table, she still just gets out and covers her track very well. Maybe one that wants to push her hock, and that's why she has to give an extra there at the ground, but still a very, very high quality animal. The young lady's calf here in 3, from the side, she's in contention. That one's awesome in her lines, awesome in her balance. When you back off those cattle and study her silhouette, you have to appreciate her right there, just in terms of when she throws that head up and gives you that awesome look. When you step in behind the cattle, she's the one that just runs out of gas today of those initial 3. And then when you combine that with the fact that that one was probably just the most hesitant in her step from behind there of that initial trio, that's why she goes in that hole. Young man's calf here in 4, from her shoulder back, I think you can switch 3 and 4 in a heartbeat. I love this one's center cage and just the amount of just mass she has right there through the center part of her body. For me, that one gets a shot plainer up front in terms of her head shape, her neck shape, and just her overall look. Still really like that one there from her shoulder back, like I said. Young lady's calf here in 5 is opened up. When you step in behind the cattle, you appreciate this one just in terms of the amount of just muscle that she brings to the table. Usually when these white cattle are that heavy muscled, they're not that smooth in terms of how they lay it on their framework. I really appreciate that about that one. I wished her shoulder laid in tighter there to her body cavity. I wish her knee was laid back in her a bit and could get out of her front end a bit more ideal, but that's still one that brings a lot of unique pieces to the table. Young man's calf here coming next, very long, very extended type of cattle, just needs more punch, more overall mass there as we step in behind them. The remaining 3 cattle kind of all fit the bill of cattle that are still nice in their structure, cattle that are still have muscle. I thought this young lady's female had the most body, gave me the easiest keeping type of a look as we look forward into kind of the cow side of things. The young lady's calf just had more just look to me, more balance as we stepped off the cattle. The kind of heavier naveled heifer that's going to round us out, I just wish she got out of her hip and hind leg a shot better, just went out and traveled a bit freer and easier. Definitely a very high quality class with an interesting trio there to sort up top.
Your results for Class 5. First place goes to 129 with BRCHE MCC Hot Honey 2508 polled, owned by Brixton Steve Birchie of Oneida, South Dakota. Second goes to 134 JAB Loretta Lynn 253, owned by Breeze Bunker of Sparta, Wisconsin. Third place goes to 132 Schrader's Miss Maxine 2253, owned by Josie Schrader of Wells, Kansas. Fourth place goes to 136 with Schrader's Miss Opal 2284K ET, owned by Weston Schrader of Wells, Kansas. Fifth goes to 133 DR White Satin 2082, owned by Carly Dismukes of Chakota, Oklahoma. Sixth place goes to 131 PJC Miss Kira 277, owned by Peyton Coyle of Orient, South Dakota. 7th goes to 128, DDC Delilah Priska, K54, owned by Marie Eve Downey of Prattville, Alabama. 8th is 137, KF 250 Macy, owned by Taylor Kent of Lucas, Iowa. And 9th place goes to 130 with DDC Delilah Isabel, K53P, owned by Jael Lynn Downey of Prattville, Alabama. Those placings again for Class 5 go 719, 635, 248. In the ring now, we have our Division 1, and I'd like to thank Kent Farms as your Division 1 champion sponsor, and your reserve champion is sponsored by In Memory of Brett Beavers.
Well, guys, it's been an awesome way to get us started here. This has been an incredible division. Some of the classes have obviously had a shot more competition than others, but when you line these 5 or these 10 out here, I'm very comfortable and confident within the quality that we bring back out here. Don't want to take too much time. Just want to go through. Young man up front, I commend you, dude. That thing is awesome in terms of her look. Very, very bright future in front of that animal. As soon as you walked her in this morning, I thought that was a very high quality individual. I'm sure you'll have a very, very fun time with her down the road. Young lady's calf here out of the 2nd class. Very long, very feminine type of cattle that's very well put together in terms of her balance and design. Maybe a calf that's just not 100 right there in terms of her hock and how she gets out and travels, but that is one elegant, long, cool looking female. You just got to ask, for me personally today, is there enough to maybe compete with a couple of these here behind her? We talked the calf that comes there out of class 3. Maybe not any extras, but just super, just complete and balanced. Really nice in terms of her build, in terms of her framework. You got to ask yourself, in my opinion, as we compare to a couple others, you know, is there just enough extras to get her over the top? That's the question for me, but I'm very comfortable in terms of that calf's just completeness and just her overall quality. Young man came out of a tough class there to put together just in terms of different types and kinds. We talked that female there in class, maybe just not 100% right there in terms of her hock, in terms of being attractive to the set that she has to it, maybe being a shot plainer about her neck, but super good there in terms of her function, in terms of her basic cow doability there in terms of the amount of body she has. That last pair of cattle, we talked them there, was very confident and very just settled in terms of this young man's female and what she brings to the table in terms of mass, power, look, and structure, and combining all of those things. Very, very tough class there that he came out of. This has been an absolute awesome division. Let's put your hands together. I'll show you the two that I like the best. We bring the second there out of that class, and I told this young lady when I put her second that that one was absolutely just unique in terms of how just overwhelming she was in terms of her body, her density, and then her foot and bone, and still how attractive she is there in her structure. She's not just the most refined one, but that's honestly what you get when you get that much power and just mass. We're going to stick right there with her for reserve. Congratulations.
Your Division I champion goes to entry 129, BRCHE MCC Hot Honey 2508, polled, owned by Brixton Birchie of Oneida, South Dakota. Your reserve division champion is entry 134, JAB Loretta Lynn 253, owned by Breeze Bunker of Sparta, Wisconsin. In the ring next, as we start Division II, is Class 6.
Young man gets us started here in our summer division with a very nice and attractive July female. I told him, I said, he scared the rest of the competition off just in terms of this one's quality. Very nice in her body, very nice in her hip design. We'll get her back out here, buddy, and compare her a shot more, but a very nice single entry there. Congratulations.
Your results for Class 6 and a single entry goes to 138. JASR Kelsey 143K, owned by Cody Jedlecka of Koshkonong, Missouri. In the ring next, we have Class 7.
Very high quality trio of summers here, and as we sort those cattle on the go, there's no doubt that this young lady's female gets the nod for me. Not only is she the most attractive female, that's probably the most ideal in terms of her condition. When we get those cattle out and travel, I'm very confident in that thing's structure, her looseness of spine, and how everything fits together. Very, very high quality one there to get us started. The young lady here, and too, could you give her the the nod in terms of depth of body and just easy keeping type of a look for sure. But that calf runs a shot downhill for me, maybe wants to break ever so slightly right there behind her shoulder. I'd like to just kind of build that up, kind of allow her shoulder, her forerib, and her heart all to blend a shot better up front. But she's still the easier keeping, bigger bodied option here in this bottom pair of females. The young lady's female is going to round us out. That one is probably more attractive and more tucked up there in terms of her chest and how her neck sets there on the top side of her shoulder. For me, we just got to have more body. We've got to loosen her up there in terms of her hock joint, just allow her to get out and travel a shot easier. Still a very balanced, very nice female for that young lady.
Results for Class 7. First place goes to 143, SC Miss Bella 2010, polled, owned by Jillian Stone of Clinton, Missouri. Second goes to entry 140 with CAH Virginia 04K, owned by Avery Hunt of Longview, Texas. And third goes to 141 KF 236 Stella, owned by Taylor Kent of Lucas, Iowa. Places again for Class 7 go 2, 3, 1. In the ring next, we have Class 8.
get here within this trio of females, and there's definitely some differences. You know, this young lady's calf is not wanting to cooperate. Me and her had a nice little conversation. Apparently, her dad makes these show sticks, and I asked her if she was going to pay for mine, but she said no. And but that's an awesome calf, just in terms of her build. Really like that one, just in terms of her smoothness, how everything fits together. I think she's more ideal in terms of her condition than the calf we have in 2. I think she sets higher in her pin set there. That makes her hip just more desirable and attractive, and that's why she gets the nod. The young lady's calf here in 2, honestly, that one's most attractive look is when she's on the go. That one's extremely loose in her build. Honestly, her hip design probably allows her hind leg to get out and work a shot better. With that being said, we do need to fix that if we're going to move her up. Need to kind of pull her pin set up, make her just probably a shot leaner in terms of her condition. And that would tidy her chest up and just make her balance better from the side. This young lady's got an awesome cow prospect. I mean, that thing's got tree trunks underneath her in terms of just her feet and legs and how big and just stout and overwhelming this one is. We need to redesign this one at the ground in terms of her feet. Maybe gets a shot just shallower heeled, a little bit longer toed, and a calf that's probably just a bit raw there in terms of the shape and just her body. And I like to just give that one a shot smoother look there from the side. A very high quality trio with some trade-offs.
Your results for Class 8, first place goes to entry 150 with Cash T.R. Karen 200, owned by Cashlin Krebs of Gordon, Nebraska. Second goes to 146, KAC Avantis Smoke Show 2216, owned by Camille Osmus from Houston, Texas. And third goes to 149, LVB Miss Sprinkles 2076, owned by Kennedy Stern of Garden City, South Dakota. Placings again for Class 8 go 2, 3, 1. In the ring next, we will select your champion and reserve champion out of Division 2. Would like to thank Schrader Ranch as their Division II champion sponsor, and your reserve champion is sponsored by RSD Charlet.
we get out here in this summer division, and to be quite honest with you, the 3 class winners definitely bring some quality. So do the seconds. When I told this young man when we talked his single entry here out of the July class that we would compare our shot more when we got her back out here to division. So young man, as we compare that calf to the 2 behind her, awesome in terms of her body shape, still really nice in terms of how her neck and shoulder and how everything hooks up front. Maybe one that has a little bit more just set there to her hind leg that causes her to be just a shot more awkward there in terms of her rear step off of her rear 2, but still one that's very nice in terms of her balance. When we compare just in terms of structure, like I said, change her there on her rear 2, maybe lay her back in her shoulder, but a very, very nice July female for that young man to go forward with. The young lady here out of class 2, I guess I'm one of those guys that I'm not very good at hiding when I like one, and when that one walked in, she hit me. I love that one's looseness of build. That one just gets out and floats and covers the ring so effortlessly. Awesome in terms of her structure and just how everything's put together. And me personally, I think she's very ideal in terms of her condition. That young lady's done an awesome job of keeping that one fresh and ready to go. The young lady here out of class 3 is probably just the smoothest in terms of her shoulder, her forerib, and her body, and how everything just kind of fits together. She is carrying a shot more condition and maybe pushing that down in her chest as we compare to the calf in there in front of her, and maybe one that just needs to just maybe hit the ground just a shot better there from behind. Like I said, very nice seconds as well. Our grand and reserve are going to come out of our class winners here. This young lady out of class 2 will be our champion. The young lady out of class 3 will be reserve.
Champion is entry number 143, SC Miss Bella 2010, owned by Jillian Stone of Clinton, Missouri. Reserve Division champion goes to entry 150, Cash TR Karen 200, owned by Cashlyn Krebs of Gordon, Nebraska. As we move into Division 3, leading in the ring now will be Class 9.
get up here in these early spring yearlings, and this is a very interesting duo of them here that come to the top of this class, and I'll just tell you the differences and tell you what I see. The young lady's calf, in my opinion, the entire reason that she gets the nod from me is just in terms of balance and proportions as you back off the cattle. So often do I just want to kind of get in there on them, but as I back off the cattle and just study them in terms of how they're put together, I love this one up front in terms of where her chest, her heart, her belly, and her flank all sit together there. Very nice in terms of her underline and how everything pieces together. Very attractive in her look. Still extremely bold and stout as you step in on the cattle, and one that I think is just ideal in terms of her structure. Is she perfect? Absolutely not. Would I like to just see maybe just ever so slightly a shot more reach there out of her hind leg? 100%. But as I start to study those cattle when they're on the go, I still think that it's plenty good enough. I really like that one in terms of just the overall density that she brings to the table. The calf into as you're in on the cattle is very, very impressive. I love how her upper shoulder, her forerib, her top line, her hip, how everything fits together. Awesome in terms of her hip and hind leg and how she gets out and travels. The question for me as we back off the cattle, does that one just have enough to her, especially in her heart and her forerib down low, to match her chest that she's pushing up front? I love that female in terms of her elegance, in terms of her smoothness of build. Very, very high quality pair there to get us started. Calf in 3 is very smooth, very, very long and just level there about her hip. Awesome in terms of her rear structure. A calf that's maybe pushed a shot forward there in terms of her shoulder. A calf for me that's maybe pushing a shot extra condition, especially as you study her up through her neck and the shape that she has to it. That one's awesome in her spine. Very, very nice one there to go 3. Young lady's calf here in 4 is one that I guess some of you are like, man, that thing's got a big old navel hanging underneath her. What are you doing? But the longer I study that animal, I'm extremely comfortable with that thing's build. That one is awesome in terms of her feet and legs and how she hits the ground and gets out and travels. Huge in terms of the center part of her body. Is she the most attractive? No, definitely not. We'd like to whack that navel off, maybe bust her open in her forerib, but I'm still very comfortable with that thing's build over the one that comes next. When they're parked, this one moves way on up the line. There's no doubt about it. Awesome in terms of her presentation. Very high quality animal in terms of the amount of look that she gives you. Bottom line, when these cattle are pulled to lead, that one's just got to go better off of both ends of her skeleton for me. She just gets too restricted there in her structure. Of the remaining 2 cattle, I was just more comfortable with the young lady's calf in terms of her center body, in terms of her structure off of her front end. The young man's calf is definitely the long, smooth, elegant one. That calf just probably needs a shot more just doability, a shot more rib shape for me. Very nice class, very high quality class, and an interesting one to sort through and talk. Very high quality duo there to start us off.
Your results for Class 9. First place goes to 154 CAUL Miss Ivy 921K, owned by Emma Caulfield of Bradley, South Dakota. Second is entry 161 JAB Queen Elizabeth 214 Polled, owned by Breeze Bunker of Sparta, Wisconsin. Third is entry 152 Lazy H Lover Girl 2220, owned by Madeline Rohr of Elbert, Colorado. Fourth place goes to 151 RC Miss Sweet Ellie 6K, owned by Hayden Neagle of Fountain City, Indiana. Fifth place is entry 153 KINS Carrot 203K, owned by Kinsley Altina from George, Iowa. Sixth place goes to 155 DR Lisa 582, owned by Carly Dismukes of Chakota, Oklahoma. And seventh is entry 157 HFCS TR Miss Kindred 2902, owned by Gage Hansen of Turton, South Dakota. Those results again for Class 9 go 43516, scratch 72. In the ring now we have Class 10.
Get here in this second class, and it was very challenging to sort through. If I'm going to be honest, I thought there was several trade-offs and just different things that you got to decide where you're going to lay your priorities. And I'm not sure that this one that I pick is just the world's most perfect show heifer, but that thing's intriguing in terms of the amount of unique pieces that she brings to the table. I love that one in terms of her stoutness of feature. I mean, you study that thing's feet and how big and square square and genuine they are as they hit the ground. Awesome in terms of her spine, in terms of her looseness of build. Now, is she laid in perfect about her shoulder? No, she's opened up there, especially at the top side of it. Maybe one that, could have a shot more just swoop right there to the center part of her cage, but still one that's very elegant, very useful in terms of the amount of pieces that she brings to the table. And to be quite honest, the whole reason that she gets the nod is because this young man's female, as we ask them to lead, just got to get out and go a shot freer and easier. Now, when they're parked, I can see you switching the pair because this one's shoulder, her heart, her forerib, and just her length of muscle and just her smoothness of build is very ideal in my eyes. But when this young man takes her and go, I got to see her just get out and catch another gear, really grab that ground and just go a shot easier there off of her rear too. And that's where I like the young lady's calf in 3. That calf's extremely loose in terms of her skeleton, awesome in terms of just her look. Calf to me, this may be a shot more moderate in terms of her size. Not saying that's a bad thing. For me, what sorts her into 3? Probably a shot just more rounder and conventional there in terms of her hip design. I'd like to see that kind of lengthened and leveled out there, and maybe a calf that probably could be just busted open right there in her forerib up front. The young man's calf here in 4, he does an awesome job of getting this one stuck and presented. As we pull these cattle to lead, this one's pieces kind of become a shot more, relevant to me in terms of how they stick out. Just in terms of how they stick out to you. Calf kind of wants to roll up there on her front end, maybe get a shot more forward there in terms of her shoulder. That one, I really appreciate this one in terms of her center body cavity, in terms of just her general cow look from the side. Maybe needs just fancied up a shot and smoothed up a shot, but extremely high quality individual there to go for that young man. Young lady's calf that rounds us out, long bodied extended cattle. She just don't have enough for me. That one's just a shot more tubular there in terms of her body shape. I'd like to see her just a bit further along there in terms of her center cage. Very nice class with some differences to sort through.
Your results for Class 10, first place goes to 165 with SFC NSG Courtney 230, owned by Michaela Hauk of Prescott, Iowa. Second goes to 163. RBM RJ Candace K358, owned by Ty Burge of Florence, South Dakota. Third is entry 164. Rockin' W Fancy Like 2003, owned by Claire Williams of Keithville, Louisiana. Fourth place is entry 167. EF Kia 252, owned by Ethan Bradley Evanson of Minnesota Lake, Minnesota. And fifth is entry 168, MH Fancy Milestone 252, owned by Madison Hirschman of St. Paul, Nebraska. Results again for Class 10 go 2, 3, 1, 4, 5. In the ring next, we have our Division 3. Would like to recognize your Division 3 champion sponsor is Cheyenne Allen and Barry Maupin. And your Reserve Division 3 champion is sponsored by Harris Livestock Farm.
only 2 classes within this particular division, obviously, but I tell you what, these 4 animals out here are extremely high quality, and obviously, honestly, all of them are different, and that's perfectly fine. I guess, you know, in my eyes, when you're not given just in terms of just a crazy amount of numbers, I'm just going to go strictly based on quality, not a certain type and kind, and just describe the differences. We talked this young lady's female here that comes out of the first class. We loved her in terms of her balances, her portions, and just how everything fits together. Super smooth, super good in terms of her look and her elegance, and still one that's plenty good at the ground. I was very comfortable with where that one is at, just in terms of condition and maturity at this stage in the game. The young lady's calf that come out of their second class, we talked about her. That one's maybe not the world's most perfect show heifer, but I tell you what, that thing's got my mind just turning in terms of how she can generate, because in terms of those type of feet and legs and how just bold and massive she is, and yet how good she can still get out and travel is very intriguing to me. Maybe a shot coarser about her shoulder, maybe a shot rounder about this shape that she actually has, but I want to appreciate that one for what she brings to the table. The respective seconds, we talked that young lady's calf that was there second out of the first class, just in terms of her smoothness and how well she was put together. Maybe needed to balance her chest a shot better, and then the young man's calf just needed loosened up in terms of her structure. With that being said, I'm very comfortable with a pair of them out here. We're going to keep this pair out of the first class together. They'll be your champion in reserve.
Division 3 champion is entry 154, CAUL Miss Ivy 921K, owned by Emma Caulfield of Bradley, South Dakota. Your reserve division champion is entry 161, JAB Queen Elizabeth 214 Polled, owned by Breeze Bunker of Sparta, Wisconsin. In the ring next, as we start Division 4, this is Class 11.
This one's challenging, and I'll be the first to tell you I'm not sure there's a right answer. Um, and here we go. So I'm gonna buckle in. I'm gonna talk these cattle, tell you how I see them. If you think there is one that absolutely needs to win, you're probably involved with it one way or another. So I'm just gonna tell you what I see. Young lady goes ahead and gets the nod as we sort the cattle just in terms of structural quality and general build. That one is the loosest in terms of her skeleton, awesome in terms of how she reaches out and grabs ground and does it so comfortably. As we work our way up from there, she's super balanced, presented to the nines, and the young lady does an extremely good job getting her shown. Am I the first to tell you that she's probably a shot moderate for me? Absolutely. Am I the first one to tell you that I like bigger cattle? Yeah, 100%. But I guess, in my mind, we got to build them good and we got to make them good before we worry about what size they are. That one, I guess, in my opinion, fit the mold of what I'm looking for today. The young man's calf in two, quite honestly, when they're on the stand, I want to give her the nod because I love her length, I love her extension, I love her look. That one's awesome in terms of the center part of her body cavity, still really good about her spine. Bottom line, when we ask those cattle to go, that one just gets too restricted there in terms of her hip and hind leg. She's just got to be able to go easier there off of her rear too. Young man, you keep heading that way, buddy. Keep heading that way. You're fine. She's been wanting to fight you all day, and I completely understand it. I've got two little boys at home, and I hope that one day we're in this situation. Young man did an awesome job with that calf from her shoulder back. She's very ideal in terms of her structure and her body. That calf's just wanting to push some shoulder, kind of wanting to get up there in terms of her chest. The young lady that left the ring right behind him, that calf's very good in terms of her muscle, in terms of her composition, very good in terms of her center cavity there, in terms of her cage. Just a calf that I'd like to smooth up in her shoulder, her forerib, and her heart. Young man's calf that comes here, very long, extended type cattle. He's done an extremely good job of keeping that one fresh and on the mark in terms of her condition. That one's just got to be more coordinated there off of her rear too. And then the young lady's calf that rounds us out, that one's very long and attractive there about her hip design. Very good in terms of her neck and how it comes out of her shoulder. Just a calf for me. We got to have more body and more doability at this stage of the game.
Your results for Class 11. First place goes to entry 172, JBE Miss Carmen 202K, owned by Hayden Englert from Washington, Kansas. Second goes to 171, PF Miss Patricia 2203, owned by Connor Briggs of Chariton, Iowa. Third place goes to 175, WCGP Sweetheart 2289P, owned by Gates Poyster of Richmond, Missouri. Fourth is entry 174, WDZ Heidi 2085 PLD, owned by Natalia Zender of Stanchfield, Minnesota. Fifth is entry 173, Schrader's Miss Blanche 217K, owned by Weston Schrader of Wells, Kansas. And sixth goes to 169 with Fallon, owned by Elizabeth Wimler of Waldo, Wisconsin. Those placings again for Class 11 go 6-2-1, 5-4-3. In the ring now, we have Class 12.
get here in this particular class of females, and the young man walks in with this one, and I guess she wins and does so rather handily, in my opinion. That one combines the freshness of look that we've been looking for, body and structure, and super ideal in terms of where she's at in her condition. Really fluid there as we get her out on the go. Is she perfect? No, absolutely not. I guess I haven't seen one. If there is one out there, maybe sets a shot wide just in terms of where her shoulder sets there on her cavity, but that actually provides just the engine for the caboose there in terms of how dense and just robust that animal really is. The young man's calf here in 2, I guess for me, is the more just kind of just smoothness of build and just the more complete one of the remaining cattle. I was the most comfortable with her structure, her hip, hind leg of the remaining ones, and that's why she slides into the 2 hole. The young lady's calf here in 3, quite honestly, as they're there on the profile, I can see you switching the pair. That one's really nice in terms of her body cavity, gives you kind of that easy keeping, easy maintenance look. For me, we got to just tidy that one up there in her chest, and as we step in behind the cattle, for the amount of condition that one has, I'd probably like to see just a shot more punch, a shot more just true real world dimension, especially right there out of her pins. The young lady's calf here in 4, as they're parked, is very nice in terms of her proportions. That one's really stout at the ground in terms of her feet, in terms of just her density. That one for me, as you watch the cattle come right at you, kind of wants to kind of turn in, get a shot more pigeon-toed, maybe a calf that just doesn't fit her shoulder and her forerib and her heart together quite perfectly, but certainly a high-quality animal for that lady. Then the young man's calf, that one just probably falls out of balance for me. You want kind of a little bit deeper in her chest, carrying that navel, and that doesn't help her attractiveness, but that's still a bold, really robust animal that's going to make that young man a good cow prospect.
Your results for Class 12. First place goes to entry 184 with boy H.L. Danica, 200K PLD, owned by Carter Hogue of Good Hope, Illinois. Second place goes to entry 180 with CNH Nova 01K, owned by Corbin Hunt of Longview, Texas. Third is entry 182, WGB CC Miss Marianne 210P, owned by Drew Creasy of Macomb, Illinois. Fourth is entry 179, PLCCC Miss Dixie 201, owned by Atlee Patrick of Chilhowie, Missouri. And fifth goes to 178, MC Miss Diva 215, owned by Logan McGinnigill of Jasper, Minnesota. Those placings again for Class 12 go 5, 4, 2, 3, 1. In the ring next, we have Class 13.
We get here in this class of senior yearlings, and I'll be dead honest with you, I was a shot confused when they come in. I thought we had a kind of a late junior yearling division there rolling in, and then these big girls came in, and to be quite honest with you, I'm like, whoo, these things are some big Januaries, but then it made a lot more sense to me. This pair of them is very intriguing, very different, and I'll just talk you through kind of what I see in them. Both of them, I think, are very ideal in terms of their body cavity, super robust and open up and look like they're very heavy with calf. I'm very comfortable with both of them in terms of their udder development, in terms of where their teats are going to be placed, and in terms of the size of them. To me, this big girl up front here got the nod just in terms of her rear leg structure. I was more comfortable with her hock design and how she got out and traveled the ground. And I'll be the first to tell you, does she have a shot of condition on her? Absolutely. But I'll also be the first to tell you, we've fed several of these senior yearlings, and I know how hard it is to keep these girls lean and in the right condition this far along. I'm very comfortable with that one in terms of where she's at. Very, very happy with this duo of females. The 1 and 2 is probably more refined about her neck and her head and just her attractiveness. To me, as we get in and study these cattle, these guys have done an extremely good job of presenting this animal, but when you get in and you study through that fit job, maybe one that gets a shot weaker there in her back, maybe wants to throw that tail head up there out of her pin set, maybe just like to just blend all that and just smooth all that up top there, but that's still an extremely high quality duo that'll be very competitive as we get them back out here. To be quite honest with you, from there I struggled, and you can switch these bottom ones up and talk them any way you want to. I was comfortable with this one in terms of her completeness, her smoothness in her body. Does she have any extras? No, not particularly, but just in terms of structure, body, and completeness, she went ahead and got the nod. The young lady's heifer that comes next is one that's a shot more longer and extended, probably a calf for me. I struggled a little bit in terms of her front end design. I'd like to take that knee and shove it back under her framework there, and I think that would allow her to get out of her front end a shot better. And both of this young lady's calf that's coming around next is probably the exact same, and just in terms of her front end build, the young lady that goes there ahead of her got the nod just in terms of just true dimension, bone, and mass. The young lady's calf that rounds us out, I guess to me, just in terms of just her contemporaries, kind of read the most tubular there in terms of her body. Maybe the one that didn't hit me is quite as heavy bred as some of the others. That one carrying a little bit of navel and a little bit of chest, just didn't have the overall attractiveness, but definitely a high quality class of senior yearlings.
Your results for Class 13. First place goes to entry 192, WD 7143, Good Lord Lori, to JET, owned by Reagan Dunn of Cochranton, Pennsylvania. Second place goes to 194, Birchie Hot Sauce 1509, PLD ET, owned by Bevan Lynn Birchie of Oneida, South Dakota. Third goes to entry 187, JS Lady Lily 193, owned by Madison Rump of Burton, Kansas. Fourth place goes to 193, DDC Mary Rose J55, owned by Eliza Downey of Prattville, Alabama. Fifth place goes to 190, DR Lisa 2771, owned by Katie Dismukes of Chakota, Oklahoma. And sixth place goes to 189, BRP Jade J26 PET, owned by Bella Parker of Godley, Texas. Those results again for Class 13, 365, scratch 142. In the ring now, we will have our Division 4. Would like to thank our Division 4 champion sponsor is LaFraise Farms, and your reserve champion is sponsored by Creasy Charlet.
As we get out here in this division, like I told you earlier today, I'm one that'll tell you my feelings, and my wife will be the first to testify to that. But I'll be honest with you, this is hard. I hate that these two, the late junior yearlings and the senior yearlings are together, because to be perfectly honest with you, we could go 3 or 4 deep within this particular division, and dang sure all 3 or 4 of them would be in contention for the top 5. And I guess, in my opinion, I want to commend these exhibitors and make sure that the ones that don't make it in this top 2 realize how good that I think their animals are, because like I said, it could definitely get interesting in the end, even with 3 or 4 out of this division. This is by far and away, I guess, the most challenging division, and a division that I think offers a lot of differences. We talked the young ladies calf that came out of that first class, just in terms of winning that class, in terms of soul build. That calf was the soundest and the most ideal in her structure. We talked about how well she was put together, how ideal she is in terms of her look. Like I said there, is she the biggest? No, definitely not. For me personally, I would like to see her have a shot more length and extension, but definitely one that I think's in contention out here. We talked the young man's calf there out of the second class. I thought she won that particular drive rather handily. That calf is so unique to me in terms of the fact that she combines that type of look in terms of the tidiness of her neck, and still that much body and stoutness, and still be able to travel like that. Now, is she perfect? Like we talked about, we'd like to maybe just redesign her shoulder ever so slightly, but that's a very, very high quality individual. Then we worked our way into the senior yearlings there. That was a very nice pair of them there. I thought both of those cattle represented a lot of the things that we've been looking for. We decided to go with the young lady's calf, just in terms of her rear leg build, and in terms of her genuineness of just mass up on the upper part of her skeleton, and maintaining her spine a shot more ideal as we asked the cattle to go. As we compare to the ones in front of her, maybe not just quite as fresh, maybe definitely not quite as tidy right there about her neck in terms of her look from the side, but I love that one in terms of just her genuineness of squareness of build, massive feet and huge body. Certainly one that's going to lay down and be very productive for that young lady going into the future. I think this is an awesome lineup of cattle. Let's give these young exhibitors a huge round of applause. I'll go show you the 2 that I like the best.
Your Division 4 champion is entry 184, Boy H.L. Danica, 200K PLD, owned by Carter Hogue of Good Hope, Illinois.
Wanted to talk this young man's calf here. She was second in that particular class just because of her build, in terms of how smooth she is and just complete she is, in my opinion. As we bring her back out here, maybe not quite the extras, we're going to stick right here with this young senior yearling. Congratulations.
Reserve Division 4 champion goes to entry 192, WD 7143, Good Lord Lori, 2JET, owned by Reagan Dunn of Cochranton, Pennsylvania. In the ring next, we will move into Division 5. This will be our final division and our final class in the Bred and Heifer Show, and Class 14. The results of this will also be your champion and reserve Division 5 champion. Would like to thank Oscar and Connie Liebelt as your sponsor of your Division 5 champion, and your reserve Division 5 champion is sponsored by Lazy H Ranch of Colorado.
out here with these two pairs, and this is going to be an automatic division and reserve, and I think that they're both deserving of that. This young lady's cow that we're going to start with, she'll be first, and she'll be our division champion. That's a pretty cool unit. Awesome in terms of her look, very ideal in terms of her feet and her structure. Done an incredible job of maintaining that udder and doing a very good job of raising a calf that actually is very, very nice. I like this calf in terms of his build. He follows mom in that category in terms of his feet and legs. A very nice pair there to start us off. This age cow is doing an awesome job, obviously doing her job by raising this, high performance, high weight bull calf. For a cow to be that old and that long in production and maintaining an udder of that quality is very impressive to me. For me, I just wish that cow would just get out and go a shot freer and easier in terms of her structure. Maybe like to redesign her there in terms of her foot quality, but certainly a cow that we have to appreciate for the job she's doing. Two very nice pairs to those two exhibitors. Congratulations.
Results for Class 14 and your Division 5 champion is entry 195, AWR Alley Cat 933, owned by Belle Wagey of Millsap, Texas. Second place and your reserve division champion is entry 196, Double H Precious Metal 621D, owned by Taylor and Hecht of Paynesville, Minnesota. In the ring next, we will have your grand drive for your champion bred and owned female. We will select 5 overall out of here. Also, at the conclusion of the Bred and Owned show, after we have our state groups of 3, we will take a brief pause for photos and then move directly into the bull show.
get out here in this final drive, guys, and started off this morning by telling you that it was a pleasure, and I mean that. Growing up in North Carolina, we're kind of far out of the show cattle world. We showed quite a bit back home, but the Bred and own deal was kind of our bread and butter. We didn't have a ton of money to go out and spend on cattle. Bought one show heifer my entire junior career, and she cost $2,500. So I guess this is my bread and butter growing up. So I guess to me it even holds a more special place in my heart, just knowing that you guys have put in the work that you have. With that being said, I want to, number one, thank my Savior, Jesus Christ. I ask Him all the time, why you give me the opportunities you do and why you bless me the way that you do. And I've always promised that I would give Him the utmost glory and respect when I get the opportunity to. Secondly, my wife here with me. Her and my two boys back home wouldn't be where I am without hers. And I just talked about how the good Lord's blessed me, and those are definitely the biggest blessings of my life. My crew, many of you know, this is how I provide a living for my family. We have 24 heads showing at Angus Junior Nationals the next 2 days. Me and her hopped in the car, drove from Grand Island last night. Gonna hop right back in the car and head back that way. The crew that's holding down the fort there and the crew that's holding down the fort at home, without those guys and without the people that are willing to help me and my family, we wouldn't be able to do what we do. With that being said, this means a lot to me. When you get the call to do things like this, it weighs on me. Just for the simple fact, like I had a great opportunity to judge the Iowa Beef Expo steer show this past year, and I had somebody make the remark to me, "Man, why are you getting teary-eyed and all sensitive on the mic? It's just a steer show." And I guess my point to that is guys, I take this very seriously, and I guess this is something that I am extremely passionate about, and that passion is fed from a love for this industry, a love for the kids, and something that I guess that is what my world revolves around. With that being said, this has been an extremely high quality show. I've been blown away just by the animals that have came out here. Very deep and very good. Been a pleasure to work with your young people. Been a pleasure to sort through your cattle. I don't ask you to agree with me. I just ask you to listen to me, and hopefully you understand why I sort them the way I do when I get done describing them. It's been an honor, been a privilege. I want to thank the junior board, the Charolais Association for the awesome opportunity. Look forward to sorting through some bulls, some steers, and some composites later on throughout the day. But dang sure wanted to make those remarks here first thing this morning. Thank you guys. We'll go out and show you the top 5.
Your champion bred and owned heifer, and also the winner of the $500 scholarship sponsored by Big Creek Charolais and Carol Dowdy Memorial, goes to entry 184, BOY HL Danica, 200K PLD, owned by Carter Hogue of Good Hope, Illinois. Your reserve champion bred and owned heifer goes to entry 192 with WD 7143, Good Lord Lori 2JET, owned by Reagan Dunn of Cochranton, Pennsylvania. Your third overall is entry 154, and that is CAUL Miss Ivy 921K, owned by Emma Caulfield of Bradley, South Dakota. Your fourth overall champion comes out of that first division and entry 129, Birchie MCC Hot Honey 2508 PLDE, owned by Brixton Steve Birchie of Oneida, South Dakota. Your fifth overall is entry 134, and JAB Loretta Lynn 253, owned by Breeze Bunker of Sparta, Wisconsin. Congratulations to this great set of exhibitors. We will have our state groups of 3 next, and then take a brief pause for photos before we move right into the bull show. Dakota this year. Again, we'll take a brief pause for photos and then move right in the bull show. this morning. Coming in the ring next will be Class 15. Would like to thank all of the class sponsors for our bull show this morning is the Nebraska Junior Charlet Association. On a one-strike rule with the bulls.
Very nice class, Jan and Feb bull calves here to get us started within this particular show. The young ladies bull, I guess, is the one that just stood out to me. You start studying quality of build and foot size and just how everything's assembled. Very comfortable with that guy's structure and just his overall balance and look. But then when we go into the bull side of things and we start talking about mass and true dimension and real just muscle and being rugged in terms of their design, he definitely checks those boxes. A very nice place to start. And, I think the decision lies for me between second and third. I chose to go with the young ladies bull calf that's probably a shot more elegant. Probably one that's just a shot more extended in terms of his neck and his look up front. That bull I thought had some really nice features in terms of his pattern and his design. A bull for me, I'd like to change him a little bit there in terms of his hind leg, just see him get out and go. But I guess I thought that one had some pretty intriguing and unique pieces. The young lady's bull calf is kind of fighting her and wanting to pull her. Gets a little bit more challenging to just get a great look at that bull. But just in terms of his structure and build, I'm very comfortable with his feet and legs. A bull that has a good deal of mass to him. For me, a bull that maybe wanted to get a little bit plainer, maybe a little bit heavier sheep type of a bull that I'd like to just kind of clean up and make him a shot more attractive. The two remaining bulls are very good looking, very long-sided, very extended cattle. The young lady's bull got the nod just in terms of sheer mass and true dimension. He was the stouter featured bull. And the young lady's bull, like we talked about, rounding out, huge-bodied, really good looking. I just got to have more to him. Got to have more bone and muscle.
Your results for Class 15, first place goes to entry 205 with B.D. Blackburn, owned by Brooke Elizabeth Dunsmore of Mora, Minnesota. Second goes to entry 202, BCHF Slim Shady 308, owned by C. Hankins of Springfield, Missouri. Third goes to 203, BWMN B301 Chief, owned by Guinevere Bowman of North Salem, Indiana. Fourth place goes to entry 204, Bar L Spanky, owned by J.C. Littleton of Sims, Texas. And fifth goes to 201, SFC Ludicrous 310, owned by Michaela Hauk of Prescott, Iowa. In the ring next, we have Class 16.
Really nice single entry November bull calf here. The young lady brought to us one that's definitely opened up super wide in terms of his general build. Really stout and rugged to go along with it. We'll compare him more when you get him back out here, but congratulations to her on a very nice single entry.
We have a single entry, entry 207 is BRP Mr. Kane K41, owned by Bella Parker of Godley, Texas. Leading in next will be Class 17.
Very nice trio of fall bull calves here, and I guess the young ladies came in, and in my opinion is a straight outlier within this particular drive, just in terms of his general build. You study that guy at the ground, he is by some margin the most comfortable and the most desirable in terms of his feet and legs. Really like that guy's looseness of build. Now, is he's just the overwhelming stout one? No, you could say you need to power him up, and that's perfectly fine, but I think the quality of build, the quality of design that he brings to the table takes him to the top very handily. The next two bulls, I think, read a lot of the same. Very raw, very muscled up bulls that offer a tremendous amount of power. Both bulls are bulls that I'd like to redesign in terms of their hind leg structure, just in how they hit the ground. I gave the nod to the young ladies bull here first because he, in my opinion, is a shot more attractive about his neck, maybe a shot more ideal in terms of where his shoulder lays onto his body cavity. Like we said, the bull that's going to round us out opened up, super stout, super muscled, just a bull that for me would like to see go better off of both ends of his skeleton, but he brings a lot to the table just in terms of product.
Results for Class 18. First place goes, Class 17. First place goes to entry 215, DCC KAC, Mr. Foreign Affair 2219, owned by Camille Osmus, Houston, Texas. Second goes to 210, GC, Mr. McNally 227, owned by Camille Greer of Shelbyville, Texas. And third place goes to entry number 208, BRP, Mr. Kevin K40, owned by Bella Parker of Godley, Texas. Results again for Class 17 go 3-2-1. In the ring next, we have Class 18.
Very nice trio of bulls, and I guess with that being said, when this young lady brought this one in, I guess I never wavered from the fact that this is where we needed to land. That bull is extremely impressive in terms of the amount of power and just density that he brings. Still a bull that's very ideal about his look and balance. Awesome in terms of his presentation. Very, very high quality individual. want to get nitpicky on him. He's just absolutely 100 right there in terms of his hind leg. No, probably not. But within this particular drive, it's not even close within it, and that's why he goes ahead and gets the nod. Between the next two, these two bulls are quite honestly the exact opposite. You got a bull here in second that's kind of more refined, a bigger bodied, softer, easier fleshing type of a bull that definitely needs powered up as we compare him to the bull right behind him. I gave him the nod just in terms of his structural integrity, but as we compare him to the bull there that precedes him, like I said, we just need more of him. The bull here in 3 is a lean, just muscled up, raw dude that definitely brings a lot of foot and bone and just overall power to the table. For me, he's just a little bit too tubular there in his body, maybe a little bit more raw right there in terms of his forerib, but definitely a bull that brings some product and some positives to the forefront. Very nice trio of individuals there.
Your results for Class 18. First place goes to 218 SFC Denali 2120, owned by Michaela Hauk of Prescott, Iowa. Second place is 216 EM Joseph 202, owned by Elizabeth McCall of Frostproof, Florida. And third place goes to 217 JASR Hardy 105K, owned by Cody Jedlecka of Ashkenong, Missouri. Placings again for 18 go to 3-1. In the ring next, we have Class 19.
get out here within this particular drive of bulls, and it's very just difficult to kind of put them together, to be honest with you. These two up top here are very different within their type and kind. I think both bulls, we talked that last class winner about how he was spot on. We'd just like to change him in his hind leg ever so slightly, and to be quite honest with you, both of these bulls are in that same category. Neither one of them get out of their hind leg just 100, so when I say that and I like to change both of them there, I'm going to go with the bull that's just more rugged. There's more to him today. That bull is so dense and so massive. When you step in behind the cattle, it's hard to deny just his sheer power and width. Still a bull that, in my opinion, where he's truly unique for me is to be that good looking and still that robust about his body. Definitely one that brings a lot of unique things to the table. Like I said, this pair of them's extremely close. If you wanted to go with this bull here, talk about smoothness of build, talk about his shoulder and how his forerib sets into him really well, I could definitely not argue with me. For me today, there's just not enough of him. He just needs more power, more punch as you step right in behind the cattle, but definitely a very high quality pair of bulls there to kick us off. The young man's bull here in 3, when he gets him parked, gets him loined down, that bull can definitely give you a high quality look. Really like just the symmetry of his design and how everything kind of pieces together in terms of his silhouette. Bottom line, when we step in behind the bulls, he was the flattest of the initial trio, especially right out the backside of his blade. Like to see just a shot more genuine width and true product there. The young lady's bull that's here in 4th is on the opposite end of the spectrum. Super robust, super opened up. Just a bull that I got to have more attractive and better moving off of both ends of his skeleton.
Your results for Class 19. First place goes to entry 222 with 3 Aces Dice, 5502, owned by Alyssa Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee. Second goes to entry 219, CCWGB Rebel 235P, owned by Riley Lauren Creasy of Macomb, Illinois. Third is entry 220, LHR He Ain't No Saint 2206 TW, owned by McGuire Roar of Elbert, Colorado. And fourth goes to 223, KNS Mr. Bronson 2201, owned by Abigail Nelson of Rice, Minnesota. Results again for Class 19 go 2-3-1-4. In the ring next is Class 20.
get out here in these junior yearling bulls, and definitely some differences. And I guess that's the greatest part about a bull show. In my opinion, their quality is kind of dictated on how you want to use them and what you're looking for your particular operation. I'm break them down to you and tell you how I see them. Young ladies bull that starts us off is one that, in my opinion, doesn't jump right out at you. Maybe doesn't have the extras, you know, the wild look, the crazy amount of muscle and shape. But he's the bull that's just the most complete in my eyes. Very nice in terms of his structure, good bodied, very well presented, and she does an awesome job of getting him stuck. That bull, like I said, doesn't just reach right out and grab you, but the longer I studied these animals, he was the one that I was the most comfortable with and I thought was the most complete. The young man's bull here in second I find very unique, especially from the side profile. That bull is extremely wild looking, very long and attractive up front, very deep-sided type of a bull. He definitely doesn't have the masculinity or the maturity of the bull that precedes him, or maybe even the bull right behind him. I think that bull probably could use just a shot of muscle, just a shot of power, but like I said there from the side, I thought he had some truly unique pieces. The young man's bull that comes here in three, the exact opposite end of the spectrum. Moderate, wide, kind of a meat and potatoes type of a bull. Definitely one that's going to kind of go out and make some progeny that are more on the moderate side of things, that are easy fleshing. For me, I'd like to see him maybe a shot smoother, maybe a bull that get out and reach out of his front end just a shot better, but definitely more on the moderate side of things, and I appreciate that about him. The young lady's bull here in four is the long extended bull. There's no doubt about it that he's going to add frame, going to add some kind of, size and scale. But that bull, for me, I'd just like to have more body to him. I'd like to see him just squared up there in his hip and hind leg and just see him travel a bit more accurate there off of his rear too. Young lady's bull comes next. Masculine, rugged, really like that bull and like those things about him. For me, we just got to redesign that bull in terms of his balance and in terms of his hip. That just picking his pins up and leveling his hip out really would just help that bull kind of come together and put all his parts and pieces together. Very nice project for that young lady, though. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results for Class 20. First place goes to 228, Rock W, Nuclear Explosion 2001, owned by Lily Williams of Keith, Louisiana. Second is entry 226, BCR Prestige 234, Polled, owned by Devin Benish of Valparaiso, Nebraska. Third is entry 227, HL Diablos Outsider LD, owned by Cole Harris of Hepler, Kansas. Fourth place goes to entry 225, LHR Loverboy 2218, owned by Matt Rohr of Elbert, Colorado. And fifth is entry 224, Cash JCS White Lightning 202K, owned by Cashlin Krebs of Gordon, Nebraska. Those places again for Class 20 go 5, 4, 2, 3, 1. In the ring now, we have Class 21.
Young man brings us a January yearling bull, obviously a single entry, but a bull that's extremely just opened up in terms of his cage. Really nice in terms of how he comes out the backside of his blade, and a bull that has a tremendous amount of power laid on his framework. Maybe a bull we'd like to see him just loosened up in terms of his structure, just reach off of his hind leg just a little bit better. Still a very high quality single entry. Congratulations to you, bud.
In Class 21, and our single entry is entry 230, BCF Royal Flush 0222P, owned by Hayden Burge of Oxavassy, Missouri. Next in, we will select your champion and reserve champion bred and owned bulls. Would like to thank CK Cattle as your grand champion sponsor, and your reserve grand champion bull is sponsored by Fountain Charlet and Hargrave Cattle Company.
Let's put our hands together for this bull lineup. Very, very high quality lineup. Obviously, not the numbers that we had in the heifers, but very content within the quality that we had within the bulls that we sorted through. And there's definitely some differences. I'm not going to lie to you. I told you earlier today within the heifer show, I'm not one that's going to stick to a particular type and kind and just throw quality out of the window. We're going to pick the highest quality ones that are put in front of us, and if they're not the exact same, I'm perfectly fine with that. With that being said, I think that there's a particular bull out here for me that checks a lot of boxes. As soon as he walked in the ring, I guess he hit me really hard. He's a bull that, in my opinion, is super stout, super opened up, a masculine, rugged bull that still gets around the ring plenty good enough. And I think after that particular individual, there's a lot of different ways you can go. There's bulls that I guess for me that probably are the same stoutness, the same power, the same masculinity. Maybe you want to sacrifice a shot of structure, and then there's bulls that maybe are better structured that you want to sacrifice just some look and some overall just uniqueness. And with that being said, like I told you, I think there's a lot of different ways there to go after your champion. I particularly am very comfortable with the one that I'm going to use. With that being said, I appreciate you guys bringing the bulls. I know having these guys around the show barn and working on them is not easy. I can go ahead and tell you that. I know they tear up things, but I want to commend you guys for putting in the work and bringing these bulls here, because I know it's not easy to do. With that being said, I'll go show you the ones that I like. Congratulations to all of you.
Your champion bred and owned bull is entry 218, SFC Denali 2120, owned by Michaela Hauk of Prescott, Iowa. Your reserve champion bred and owned bull is entry 222, 3 Aces Dice 5502, owned by Alyssa Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee. Congratulations to all of our exhibitors in the bull show. We will now take a brief pause for photos and then move right into the steer show.
Young lady brings us a single entry to get our show steer started, our show steer show started here, and does so in excellent fashion. I mean, that is one long-necked, crazy-looking creature that's still big-backed and opened up. Certainly has a great deal of just power and mass, and still very ideal in terms of his structure. That dude definitely has a very bright future. Congratulations to her on a very, very nice single entry.
In our steer show and our progress division, class 22 and a single entry is entry 232, Avery Crooks from Lancaster, Wisconsin. I'd like to thank Charlet as your class 22 sponsor. In the ring next, class 23, and your class 23 sponsor is Sherman Heights Farms.
Young lady brings us a very nice single entry yet again, a steer that's exceptionally nice, especially from the side in terms of his balance, his look, and his structure. Maybe a calf that's just not overwhelming in terms of muscle, but definitely has some pieces to continue to feed and improve the more maturity he gets to him. Congratulations to her.
Class 23 and a single entry is entry 233, Casey Joe Clark from Bowie, Texas. In the ring next, our final progress division class. It'll be class 24. I'd like to thank KB Charlet as your class 24 sponsor.
get here in our final class in a very nice duo. Obviously, the first class has had a couple in it for some comparisons, and quite honestly, both of these steers maybe need reconstructed off of their front end structure. But the steer that I decided to go ahead and just elect to use probably has some extras, just kind of a wilder looking kind of a calf that definitely has probably a shot more muscle to him as we step in behind the cattle. A calf, like I said, we'd like to maybe lay that knee back in him, maybe make him just travel a shot more ideal up front. But when we're comparing these two cattle and needing to change both of them in that particular area, I thought he maybe had a couple more extras. If you wanted to flop them and talk about just body and kind of a fat steer look at this stage, hey, that's perfectly fine. I'm cool with that. This is a short-backed, really compacted type of a calf that definitely has enough foot and bone underneath him. Calf, like I said, maybe a shot more just elevated in terms of his angle of his shoulder up front, but a calf that definitely has a lot of quality. Congratulations to both of these young ladies.
In Class 24, first place is entry 234, Claire Foreman from Chakota, Oklahoma. And second place goes to 235, Kendall Taylor from Eldon, Missouri. In the ring next, we will select your champion reserve champion out of the Progress Division. Would like to thank Wayne Eidiger Memorial as your Progress Division champion sponsor, and Harris Livestock Farm is the sponsor of your reserve champion.
Within this particular division, and honestly, it's quite tough. I know some people might discount this calf up front just because he's the youngest and the lightest weight, but to be dead honest with you, I think that one has a world of quality to him. That look and that kind of structure with that type of muscle, definitely one that I guess in my opinion has a very bright future. That calf definitely has some extras just in terms of his look and combining that with the amount of product that he has. Now, like I said, is he the young lightweight calf? Absolutely, and we need to take that into consideration just for the simple fact these other calves have had quite a bit more maturity on them and have had more time to kind of show their flaws. And with that being said, the calf that comes out of the second class, we talked, his silhouette's awesome, his build's awesome, but when we get him back out here, maybe compared to his contemporaries, not quite just a muscle and product that we're looking for, but definitely a high quality individual. Then we talked that pair of steers there in the third class there, two calves that have muscle, two calves that maybe aren't perfect in their build up front, but definitely calves that have just that wildness factor to them. We elected to use the young ladies just in terms of how big his back is, how stout his hip is, and yet he still combines that with a great deal of look from the side. I think it's extremely close. You can go several different ways. We're going to go ahead and use the young ladies' calf right here in front of me for champion. Congratulations. I think it's extremely close between the big calf and the young calf down there on the end. For me personally, I'm still more comfortable with using the bigger, more powered up steer for reserve. He's going to go ahead and be reserve in this particular division.
Test. Your Progress Division champion is entry 234, Claire Foreman from Chakota, Oklahoma. Your Reserve Division champion is entry 235, Kendall Taylor from Eldon, Missouri. Now as we move into our Market Division, in the ring next will be Class 25. I'd like to thank our Class 25 sponsor and Arrowhead Ranch.
I was restless
I guess there's two kind of bigger bodied, more mature steers that kind of sort themselves up to the top. And I think of that pair, the white calf is just more ideal in terms of his build. He's still a calf that's got plenty of shape and muscle to him, in my opinion. A calf that feeds out the backside of his blade, very stout and very square there in terms of his upper forerib. A calf that, like I said, in my opinion, he's better in terms of his shoulder design, better in terms of his hock design than the steer in second. The steer in second has the decided advantage when you step in behind the cattle, just in terms of his squareness of hip, where his pin's set, and just how wide and massive he is down through his stifle and his lower quarter. That steer just gets pretty concerning for me off of both ends of his skeleton. Like to just give him more flex and use and reach there to both ends there. The yellow calf that rounds us out is long bodied, definitely extended, and definitely has some muscle. To me, we just got to have that calf with more body, more flank, and just kind of an easier feeding type of a look. Definitely a nice trio of them.
In Class 25, first place goes to entry 236 and Cole Harris, Hepler, Kansas. Second place goes to 238, Isa Marston from Canton, Kansas. And third place goes to 237, Katie Burge from Oxavasy, Missouri. In the ring next, we have Class 26, and would like to thank Dare Farms as our Class 26 sponsor.
Really nice trio of steers, but quite honestly, the young man separates himself just in terms of the stoutness and power that he brings to the table. He's the show steer of the bunch, this wide constructed, super big backed and opened up. Is his structure 100? No, absolutely not. We'd maybe like to redesign him, but I think for the amount of muscle, power, and look that he brings to the table, is still plenty good enough. The young man's calf here in 2 Of the remaining cattle, both of these cattle are long-sided, extended cattle that maybe need a shot more muscle. For me, he was kind of the stouter option in terms of the amount of foot and bone that he brought to the table. Probably a steer that's a shot squarer in his hip than our white calf. Young lady's doing an awesome job. Very refined, very good looking steer here in third. Maybe a steer like we talked about. Needs a shot more punch, especially out the backside of his shoulder. But she's doing an extremely good job with him and will have a very bright future down the road. Congratulations to those three exhibitors.
On class 26, first place goes to 240. Riley Laufenberg from Hickston, Wisconsin. Second is entry 239, Joseph Hanfler from Little Falls, Minnesota. And third place goes to 241, Kinsley Olson from Lake Preston, South Dakota. In the ring next, we have class 27. And would like to thank Tunney Cattle Company as our class 27 sponsor.
Very interesting and different trio of steers to put together. I'll be the first to tell you, the ones that I decided to go with, his front end build scares me to death. But outside of that, in my opinion, he was the steer at this particular weight that had the most amount of muscle, the most amount of expression, especially when you sorted him there over his loin edge and back out of his hip. He's a steer that's extremely opened up and powerful. Like I said, going east and west up front, definitely a shot too straight in his shoulder for me. but I thought of this trio, he was the market animal that offered the most power and still put it together in a package that looked like a show steer. The one here in 2 is one that I really like from the side. Honestly, just sorting the cattle off of their side view silhouette and their side view look, I would go with him. I'm very comfortable with his rear end structure, very soft bodied, proportionate calf. There's just not enough to him. We step in behind the cattle. Honestly, of the 3, he goes 3rd just in terms of muscle, but I'm still more confident in his build over the calf in 3. The calf in 3, there's no doubt about it, he is stout. He is opened up, and that comes to his undoing, in my opinion. Get him that wound up, and when we sacrifice structure too much, that steer was struggling quite a bit off of both ends of his framework, but he does offer a tremendous amount of product.
Your results for Class 27, first place goes to 243 and Jacob Windland from Barnes, Kansas. Second place is entry 244, Madison Rump from Burton, Kansas. And third place is Clara Taylor from Eldon, Missouri. In the ring next, we have Class 28, and would like to thank Hubert Charlet Ranch as your Class 28 sponsor.
This class of steers walked in, and I guess as soon as this white one hit the ring, I never turned back. That calf is awesome in terms of his look, his presentation, and his structure. Still, as you get in a class like this, and in my opinion, all four animals have plenty enough muscle for where I deem acceptable. This calf is extremely balanced, extremely well put together. Like I said, I guess that was an easy winner for myself. From there, I thought it got interesting. This white calf, I guess I deemed the most acceptable of the remaining three, just in terms of his structure and his design. A calf that's still really elegant up front, and quite honestly ties that back into a tremendously big back and stout hip. He's maybe a little rounder there in terms of his hip design, maybe a shot more what I would call traditional in terms of his Charlet appearance, but still a calf that's a robust in terms of his body and super opened up. The remaining two cattle both need change in terms of their structural build, especially off of their rear end. I decided to go with the young man's calf because I thought he was more desirable in terms of his shoulder design and how he used his knee. Both cattle, like I said, have plenty of muscle, so I'm going to sort them in terms of their genuine build and their look. Young lady's calf that's going to round us out is super wide. There's no doubt about it. He maybe comes the strongest and the widest right out the backside of his blade of any in this particular drive. For me, he's the calf that struggles the most off of both ends of his skeleton. Really like to see that calf better in his shoulder and knee design, but we have to appreciate him for his overwhelming amount of mass and power.
Your results for Class 28. First place goes to 245 and Shade Bunker from Sparta, Wisconsin. Second is entry 246 and Madison Angus from Bellevue, Michigan. Third place goes to 247, Chisholm Bloom from Reliance, South Dakota. And fourth goes to 248, Kinsley Harris from Hepler, Kansas. In the ring now, we have Class 29, and would like to thank Carr Cattle Company as our Class 29 sponsor.
Very interesting duo of steers to sort through, to be quite honest with you. They're the exact opposites in what they offer and what they bring to the table. You just got to decide where you're going to lay. If you decide that the white calf that I'd select to use has enough muscle, then there's no turning back. He's definitely the better build option that's more desirable in terms of his structure. He's probably a steer that's just laid in better about his shoulder. Yes, does he need powered up right out the backside of his blade? 100%. And like I said, if this one doesn't have enough muscle for you, then that's perfectly fine. I think all you have to do is talk the differences and explain where you're at. This steer definitely is the more opened up option. There's no doubt about it. More twist and more turn, just more natural shape. He's a steer. For me, he scares me. Up front, just in terms of his shoulder and his knee design, he gets pretty far outside of his framework there as you watch the calf go from behind there in terms of his right rear hock. But definitely a steer that brings a world of power and shape to the table. A very just different duo of steers there to sort through. You can decide which one you like.
In Class 29, first place goes to entry 250 and Vance Murdoch from Bowman, North Dakota. Second is entry 249, Talon Muller from Pipestone, Minnesota. In the ring next, we have Class 30, and I'd like to thank Ted and Lynn Barnard as your Class 30 sponsor.
Probably be a good idea if I turn the mic on. But we get here in 3 of these heavier weight steers, and I guess my mind never wavered from the fact that the young man here in the cowboy hat up front needed to go ahead and lead us off. That calf is very unique in terms of the amount of look that he has. He's the calf of this trio that's the most opened up in terms of his muscle, in terms of his stoutness. And calf that's definitely fitted and presented very well, very stout featured at the ground as well. I'll be the first to tell you, is his structure 100? No, absolutely not. But when you're weighing 1370 and you look like that, I'd say it's hard to deny. The young lady's calf here, I kind of took my time making this choice because I think it's extremely close. To me, the young lady's calf is probably just a shot leaner in terms of his composition. And on top of being leaner, he's also the calf that's just more opened up right behind his blade. I thought he was just more genuine in terms of his width, especially as you stepped in behind the cattle of this bottom duo. The young man here that's going to round us out from the side, that steer's super easy feeding, easy looking just in terms of his body and his mass. Certainly a steer that he's done an extremely good job of getting him ready to come to town in terms of his hair coat. Just a steer for me, I'd like to just kind of pull him back in terms of his chest, in front of his in terms of his throat, maybe make him a shot more just attractive up front, and then I'd probably like to just power him up right out the back side of his shoulder. Definitely a very high quality trio of steers there for all 3 of those kiddos.
Your results for Class 30, first place goes to 253 and Leighton Murnock from Bowman, North Dakota. Second is entry 251 and Briley Means from Villisca, Iowa. And third place goes to 252, Parker Haddon from Reelsville, Indiana. Places again for Class 30 go 231. In the ring next is our final class of steers, and Class 31 would like to thank Ted and Lynn Barnard as our Class 31 sponsor.
We're going to leave these 2 big steers exactly how they came in. The young lady's calf up front here, in my opinion, as you step in on the cattle, is undeniable in terms of the amount of shape and product that he brings. That calf's extremely expressive all the way down through his lower twist and stifle. Very ideal in terms of just the amount of shape that he has. And still, with all this weight and maturity, he's very attractive from the side. I just thought he had the unwaverly advantage just in terms of genuine shape. taking nothing away from the young lady's calf here, and two, extremely stout at the ground in terms of his foot size, bone, and still a calf to me is very good in terms of his structure at this particular weight. Could he be just a shot looser there from behind? Absolutely. But for me, where I sort him to two is right out the backside of his shoulder there. Just like to square him up, just power him up right there, give him a shot more muscle, but still extremely pair of nice fat steers there for both of those young ladies.
In Class 31, first place went to 254, Hannah Seek from Blairstown, Iowa. And second place is entry 255, Peyton Foster from Rose Creek, Minnesota. We will now select your market division and reserve division champions. Would like to thank Triple S Farms as your sponsor of your division champion, as well as your reserve champion. Following this, we'll move right into selection of the grand champion steer.
get out here for this champion steer drive, and definitely, it's been fun to sort through. I'll be honest with you, not been a show steer connoisseur my whole life, but I'll be the first to tell you these are some intriguing creatures. We're actually going to throw together our first steer sale here this fall, and very excited about it, to be honest, because when you can build these things wild looking, this stout and this opened up, and still build them the way some of these are out here, it gets fun. There's no other way to put it. I think that some of these are on a different level, to be dead honest with you. I am not one to kind of hide what I think. To me, it comes down between two of them out here, and you just got to decide where you're going to lay. There's one of them that's more ideal in terms of his structure, that's probably not just quite as opened up and just robust about the amount of shape and power right out the backside of his blade. And then there's another one that's super opened up, stout, powerful, huge-legged, and definitely one that looks the part. We've got to decide if he goes just good enough, and I think that's where the decision lies. We talked them there throughout class, and I told you guys kind of where I would pick and choose and where I would, change them. I guess for me, I realize that there's quite a bit of differences in terms of weight and maturity. I'm just here to pick the two that I think are the best today. I'm going to go out and do that. Let's show these exhibitors a big round of applause. I'll go select your champion in reserve.
Your market division champion is entry 253, and Leighton Murnock from Bowman, North Dakota. Your reserve division champion is entry 245, Shade Bunker from Sparta, Wisconsin. Up next, we have the selection of your grand and reserve grand champion steers. We'd like to thank the Wayne Eidiger Memorial as a sponsor of your grand champion steer, and your reserve is sponsored by Stall Cup Farm Charlet. Following the selection of the steer, we'll have state groups of three, take a brief pause for photos, then move right into the percentage female show.
As we get out here and select your champion steer overall, we talked the two kind of more, progress steers there earlier, and definitely two high-quality calves that I think have a great future. Definitely interesting just to get them back out here in terms of comparison standpoint, just trying to figure out where them guys are going to sit with another, anywhere from 200 to 600 pounds on them. And with that being said, I think that, it's an extremely high quality, 4 of them, but to me, the logical thing to do, I think both of these fat steers are exceptional in what they bring to the table. We're going to go ahead and stick with both of them for champion and reserve.
Grand champion steer is entry 253, Leighton Murnock from Bowman, North Dakota. And your reserve grand champion is entry 245, Shade Bunker from Sparta, Wisconsin. Up next, we'll have our state groups of 3, then move right into photos.
States obviously come out here for your best group of 3. I guess in my opinion, I'm always going to stick towards quality. And with that being said, this particular group down here, we talk so good about that young calf. Talked about that young man steer being exceptional, just needing tweaked on his front end build, and then obviously having the reserve overall steer in there doesn't hurt either. That's a very high quality group of 3 individuals, in my opinion. They'll be your champion. I think that the decision lies between reserve and third. I probably think that just the more consistency in terms of muscle, product, and power goes to the far group here on the left. They'll be reserve, followed by the group here in the middle for third. Congratulations.
Wisconsin is your champion state group of 3, and your reserve champion is Kansas.
get out here in our first class of composites, and I feel like the young man brings us an extremely high quality one. Obviously, we're just in some young calves here, but this one's got a world of future in her, just in terms of her genuine build and how honest she is, square she is, just at the feet, at the ground in terms of her feet and legs. Very, very comfortable with that one and where she stands today in terms of her maturity, in terms of her condition. Very bright future for her and that young man. The heifer here in 2 probably has a shot more length and extension, maybe even laid in a shot smoother about her shoulder. I don't know if she's quite as attractive as the one that leads off, maybe not quite as just square and just genuine there in terms of her pin set there out of her hip, but one that I think is extremely feminine, extremely nice there as the young lady asked her to go. Definitely a pair there. The young lady here probably has obviously just a higher performing, bigger option just in terms of weight and maturity and size. For me, she's one that's
Owned by Elijah Dehan of Lamont, Missouri. Second place is 266, BRP Miss Lynn L3, owned by Bella Parker of Godley, Texas. And third place goes to 269, DLSC Luna 307, owned by Cassidy Crooks of Lancaster, Wisconsin. Results again for Class 32 go 1, 2, 3. In the ring now, we have Class 33. Would like to thank CNS Cattle as our Class 33 sponsor.
We get out here in the October-September class, and I'll be the first to tell you there's obviously some differences in size, but to be dead honest with you, with what we do and the falls that we've sold and the falls that we're involved with, I still think that this one's plenty big enough and plenty appropriate for her age in terms of her size and maturity. I'm very comfortable with that thing in terms of her build and her structure. Love that thing in terms of her center body, how everything flows together. I think she's more appropriate in terms of her shoulder and her forerib than the Heifer in second. Definitely has more just genuine, just rib shape, especially right through the center part of her cage. If you want to just flip her into third and say she's low performing, hey, that's perfectly fine. But for me and where we want to be at home in terms of keeping cattle fresh and immature and right in terms of the just where I think they need to be in terms of age, I deem her plenty big enough. The young man's calf here in two, no doubt, is the big-legged, super stout one that is opened up, has huge feet at the ground. To me, she reads a little bit just raw and immature there about her body shape. I definitely like to just smooth her up right there in her shoulder. She definitely has some big, stout, unique pieces. For me, for her frame size and her scale, I'm perfectly fine with bigger cattle, but I want some body to go along with it. I just wish she was a shot easier doing right there, and that's where, honestly, the white heifer has an advantage. She's probably more ideal in terms of her rib cage, but for me, she's probably the plainer option of this trio, probably the one that's a shot more just rounder and more conventional in terms of her pin set. Then her tail head kind of wants to come out of her spine there, but definitely a nice trio of females. Certainly be interesting to kind of see those top two back out here.
Results for Class 33. First place goes to 270, 3K Vanilla Cream 202, owned by Keller Oaks of Tologa, Oklahoma. Second place goes to 271, PS Keisha 240, owned by Huck Plyler of Hope, Arkansas. And third place goes to 272, DR Brittany 1562, owned by Shayla Dismukes of Chakota, Oklahoma. In the ring next, we will select your champion and reserve champion out of Division I.
A quality, definitely a bright future for that young man. At that stage of maturity, I was blown away just by that one's just rib cage, how opened up she was, but yet still how feminine and attractive she was there in terms of her build. And then we talked that pair there out of the second class as well. The young man got the nod just in terms of being more ideal in terms of his body cavity. Really nice in terms of that thing's structure. We talked the calf there that was second out of that class. Big, stout, rugged female that I personally would like to see just a shot, just kind of easier, keeping easier doing. With that being said, I think it's extremely close out here. You can go kind of either way. I'm going to keep these two class winners together. The young man out of the second class will be your champion. Young man out of first class will be reserved. Congratulations.
Your Division I champion is entry 270, 3K Vanilla Cream 202, owned by Keller Oaks of Taloga, Oklahoma. Your Reserve Division champion is entry 265, SCF EDC Miss Amelia ET, owned by Elijah Dehan of Lamont, Missouri. As we begin Division II, in the ring next will be Class 34.
Very, very high quality duo here to get us started within this particular class. And to be dead honest with you, they offer different things and they are different. I'll just tell you kind of what my speed is and how I read them. One up front for me, I guess, is more ideal in terms of the shape and just the feminine features that she has to her neck and her head. I think she has a decided advantage over the Heifer in two in terms of her hip design. I think she's square and more genuine in terms of her pin set. I think she's also kind of the longer, more extended cattle within the pair. Now, as she is stout featured, is she just overwhelming in terms of her foot and bone and mass like the one right in behind her? No, but I guess for me, that one still has plenty enough. I think she's just the more futuristic type of a female that I would be more drawn to as I sit here and sort the pair. If you're into kind of more just stouter featured, punchier cattle, I can see you getting wound up here on the 1 and 2, and that's perfectly fine because that's a high quality bovine. Very, very well presented, clipped to the nines. Awesome in terms of the amount of look that she has with the amount of stoutness that she has. Like I said, these guys have got her fitted to the T. When you get in there and you sort through that fit job, I'd like to see her just a shot square and more just genuine in terms of her hip. That's getting awful critical on one that's extremely, extremely high quality. The white calf of the remaining cattle, I guess, to me, was the one that read just the most consistent in terms of her body, her shape, and her structure. Is she perfect on either end? No, but I guess of the remaining cattle, I deemed her kind of the more cow prospect, easier feeding type of a female that still had a quality look to her. Calf here that comes next, very long, very level, awesome in terms of her spine, very good out of her hip. A calf for me that just needs more body, and that would allow her to balance and proportion more correctly from the side. The young man's calf that comes next definitely has that. She's robust, she's opened up, and to be quite honest with you, she's a little chubby for me. That calf probably needs to be held back and peeled back in terms of her condition to move any further up. The young man's calf here of the remaining two is the stouter option. We'd like to just redesign her out of her shoulder, redesign her in her hip, and that would just probably give her a shot more attractive view there from the side profile. And then the young man's calf or young lady's calf that rounds things out. Very good on the standstill just in terms of her body and her smoothness of build. I just got to loosen that one up in terms of her skeleton, have her travel just with more agility if we're going to move her up the line any. Very, very high quality duo there to start us off.
Your results for Class 34, first place, and also your Division II champion is entry 281, Boy Kara 272K PLD, owned by Owen Weisinger from Fort Madison, Iowa. Second place, and also your reserve Division II champion is RSS, Pretty Little Devil, owned by Dallas Lane Ritchie of LaPorte, Indiana. Third place is 279, DR Sarah 792, owned by Shayla Dismukes from Chakota, Oklahoma. Fourth goes to 277, CH Miss Remy 678K, owned by Kendall Taylor of Eldon, Missouri. Fifth place is 273, Rafter 7 Kamala 019, owned by Gus Shane of Holt, Missouri. Sixth goes to 275, JASR Laney, owned by Cody Jedlecka of Koshkonong, Missouri. And seventh place goes to 276, AMD Miss Glitter Gal 2221, owned by Georgia Hecht of Grove City, Minnesota. Results again for Class 34 go 5-6, 7-4, 3-2-1. As we move into Division 3 in the ring now, we have Class 35.
particular class, and to be dead honest with you, there's not one that just reaches out and grabs me personally and says that I have to win. But the longer I study, just the more desirable cattle, especially as they're pulled to lead. Awesome in terms of just her looseness of spine, and I think that lays in her more correctly than the heifer in too. Is she the most perfect in terms of her hip design? No, but I still think that she gets out and just travels more accurately than the heifer in two. And then I also think that she just has more genuine body shape as you step in on the cattle and study them. She's probably deeper right there through the back part of her center cage back into her flank. One that, in my opinion, if she's going to go ahead and get the absolute 100% you have to win, we probably need to make her a shot just sharper looking, and we probably need to open her up in her forerib. But I was just more comfortable with her genuine build. The heifer in two, the more butterscotch calf is definitely one that is presented awesome, very well shown by this young lady. When she's parked, I don't think it's close. I think she gets her loin down, gets that spine put in her correctly, and that one gives you a very desirable look. It's just when the cattle are asked to go, she kind of wants to lean more forward there in her shoulder. Her spine wants to kind of come up out of her, and that kind of throws her off of balance there when we ask those cattle to go. Of the remaining three cattle, I was the most comfortable with this one at the ground. Her feet are big, they're square, they hit the surface just the way they're supposed to. As we work our way up from there is where that calf's problems arise. Just a shot more tubular and harder doing there in her body, but I still thought she was the sounder, safer bet of the bottom trio. The young lady's calf that comes next no doubt has the length and performance option. She's a calf that just needs more of everything, needs more just pizzazz, needs more whistles and bells to really kind of move up the line. And then the young lady's calf that rounds out moderate, easy keeping type of cattle, just one that I need more of her also, just in terms of frame and just actual cow that's there. But certainly a very nice looking project, especially as we view those cattle from the side. Very nice class, very challenging to kind of put together and piece together. But congratulations to all those cows.
Your results for Class 35. First place goes to entry 284, CH Miss Molly 672K, owned by Annie Stewart of St. Thomas, Missouri. Second goes to 289, Rose Gold 210K, owned by Dallas Lane Ritchie of LaPorte, Indiana. Third goes to 282, SN Smokin' Wiley 297K, owned by Logan Emily Oldie from Baser, Kansas. Fourth goes to 283, JDH Miss Evian 502P, owned by Jaylyn Hoover of Carthage, Missouri. And fifth goes to 285, LJR Miss Kakoa 2921K, owned by Paisley Elizabeth Lightfoot, Needville, Texas. Placings again for 35 go 3-4-1-5-2. In the ring now we have Class 36. that we are showing a percentage bred and owned champion class following the selection of the percentage owned heifer today. So within each class, the high placing bred and owned female will need to come back and show following the selection of the champion.
Of composite females once again, and I guess the gray female that starts us off, I guess she kind of handled this particular drive rather easily for me. Very nice in her build, very nice in just her body and how everything's put together. And, you know, one that I guess kind of rose to the top just in terms of her presentation and her overall quality. One that honestly, yeah, you would maybe redesign a little bit there in terms of her hip. Maybe wants to duck those pins and kind of get up underneath herself, but when that one will actually cooperate in there and stop and give you that look, definitely needs to go ahead and win this particular drive. The young lady's calf, she's sticking with it. That calf's not wanting to be the most cooperative, but I thought of the remaining cattle, I was the most comfortable with her body and just her design and her balance from the side. If we were gonna kind of, you know, step her up and move her up the line, we'd need to stouten her bone work. That would allow her to just proportion better from the side with all that added mass and body. Definitely need to be stouter at the ground. Of the remaining three cattle, you can kind of talk them and push them whatever way you want to. I still thought of the remaining three, this was the female when they were parked and standing there that gave me the highest quality look in terms of her freshness of her front end and still having enough body. A calf that obviously, as we ask her to go, definitely needs to be looser off of both ends of her skeleton. The young lady's calf that comes next, big-footed, really stout at the ground, just need to have just probably a nicer look to her. Maybe just want to, you know, knock that navel off, tighten that chest up, and give you a more attractive look. And then the more white heifer there that we round things out with, very stout, very, very burly female. Just one for me that I questioned her structure the most, just especially there off of her rear too. Very nice class, very intriguing one there to start us off.
Results for Class 36. First place goes to 292 Legacy, owned by Belle Bennett of Knox, Indiana. Second place goes to entry 295, Lee Wilba TW, owned by Bristol Lee of Gilham, Arkansas. Third place goes to entry 294, BCR Rumor Has It, owned by Bentley Holt of Lake Preston, South Dakota. Fourth place goes to 293, JS Pinkalicious 238 PLD, owned by Madison Rump, Burton, Kansas. And fifth goes to entry 291, AMD Miss Snooky 22K, owned by Daly Hecht from Grove City, Minnesota. Those places again go 51432. In the ring next, we have Class 37. Everything is shifting back about 30 minutes. We will begin the conference awards at 3 o'clock, followed by the membership meeting at 3:30.
get out here in this particular class, and I guess of this initial trio, when we pulled those cattle over here, kind of did so, and this young man was having a fit with this heifer, but I did that just because I knew these were the three highest quality ones, and I'd want to see them move again. I guess when we made that final circle, it's undeniable to me that the one that leads off is probably just the freest and easiest on the go, probably the loosest in terms of her structure, and that's why she gets the nod for me. When that young man can finally get her stopped and parked, I'm very comfortable with that one in terms of her spine, her body, and how everything fits together. Very, very nice one there to get us leading off. The heifer here that's in 2, honestly, is the puzzling one for me. She almost acts like she's like a little stoved up or something, but that calf, just in terms of her quality, when he gets her parked and loined and put together, very nice in terms of her body. I love the length and levelness to her hip. Very nice in terms of her hind leg. Just like to see her just go. She kind of wanting to be a shot hesitant, but definitely one that I think is in the realm of things. The kind of butterscotch white flanked female here, I think kind of follows suit with that heifer that was in 2. Stout and still good body. Just cattle that I'd like to see go a little bit better. This one here is a little bit lower in her pin set. Kind of wants to lower her pins, pick up her spine, and get up underneath herself, but very, very high quality trio. The young lady's calf that comes next gets the nod of the bottom 2, just in terms of look and levelness of design. Very extended and very pretty. For me, she's just got to have more flex and used to her hock. But with that being said, I'm still more comfortable with her build than the white heifer that's going to round us out. Very moderate and just easy keeping type of a female. A heifer that I'd like to see just better off of both ends of her skeleton in terms of her structure. Her hock joint, I'd just like to square it up and make it more genuine, but certainly a very high quality class there. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Your results for Class 37. First place goes to 299 RJ Peaches, 149K, owned by McCade Beery from Esteline, South Dakota. Second place goes to 298 AAHH Miss Goddess, 20K, owned by Keaton Brown of Beldenville, Wisconsin. Third goes to 301 Coles Peaches, 232 ET, owned by Avery Coles of Hutchinson, Minnesota. Fourth goes to entry 300, OC Miss Caddy 2169 PLD, owned by Jesse Coyle of Orient, South Dakota. And fifth goes to 297, BC Patty 6K, owned by Peyton Judith Hecht from Paynesville, Minnesota. Those placings again for Class 37 go 5-2-1, 4-3. In the ring now we have Class 38.
how everything fits together. Like I said, good Lord hasn't made a perfect one. Maybe like to lay her back and her shoulder ever so slightly, but that's getting extremely critical of one that I thought kind of handled this particular drive. The peach-colored heifer coming next is a shot more moderate in her kind, a heifer that I like in terms of the amount of just density that she brings to the table, a female that's extremely good in terms of her shoulder and her forerib and how her neck comes out the top side of her shoulder. For me, I'd like to just kind of redesign her there in her hip. She kind of gets a shot shorter and more bunched up there in terms of her muscle pattern. Like to see her just not quite being so rigid there in terms of her rear pastern, but certainly one that has a lot of quality. The white heifer gets the nod of the remaining three solely in terms of structure. That's still the highest quality animal. That's the most desirable in her build. As we compare to the ones that precede her, we just need more body. She just kind of reads the shot rawer right there through the center part of her cage. Young man's calf of the remaining two, I thought was the sounder option. She's by far and away more flexible off of both ends of her skeleton. The white heifer that rounds things out, stout, rugged, robust, one that just concerns me there in terms of her structure. I'd like to just see her get out and go a shot easier. Definitely a very nice class there to put together.
Your results for Class 38. First place goes to entry 303 with Schrader's Miss Radiant 299K ET, owned by Josie Schrader of Wells, Kansas. Second place, and also your top bred and owned, goes to BCR Lady Lux 226, owned by Devin Benish of Valparaiso, Nebraska. Third place goes to entry 304, JM Miss Stealth Eye 0037, owned by Miranda McCown of Valley Center, Kansas. Fourth goes to entry 305, SCBS Miss Pops 216, owned by Karsten Schnall of DeWitt, Nebraska. Fifth place goes to 306, SM Miss Coolhawk 0029, owned by Sarah McCown of Valley Center, Kansas. Those placings again for Class 38 go 2, 1, 3, 4, 5. In the ring next, we will select your Division III champion and reserve champion.
As we get out here in this division, I guess I think is extremely competitive and very close, to be dead honest with you. There's a couple cattle out here that hit me relatively hard and when they came in, and I guess I think I deserve it to these exhibitors to go back and just, there's several of those classes that we get them back out here, and I just want to kind of tell you the differences that I see in them. Young lady's calf won that first class just in terms of looseness of structure, looseness of build. Like we said, if we're going to make her, ideal or 100%, or locked in competitive here within this particular division, we probably need to just tidy her up and make her more attractive, but I still think that's an extremely nice cow prospect. Young lady here with the more gray tinge heifer come out of class 2. We talked that female within that particular class. She was the decided advantage there just in terms of her smoothness of joints, how everything fits together, and still so good about her body. Young lady does an exceptional job with her. That calf to me maybe, a little bit further forward there in her shoulder, one that we talked about there in class that maybe drops her pins ever so slightly and gets up underneath herself. And then as we compare her to maybe 2 of the heifers behind her, maybe pushing a little bit more condition up through her jawline, but that's been extremely critical of one that I definitely think's in the hunt and definitely has a tremendous amount of quality. Young man's calf kind of wanting to push him around here, but quite honestly, buddy, I think that's a good thing because that calf looks the best in motion. There's no doubt about it. When you build them a shot looser in their spine and a shot looser in their structure, when they get out and go, it's attractive, and she is that way. I love that one in terms of her general build, in terms of her feet and legs. If I was to change her structure, maybe like to just get those front feet kind of coming back a shot square as you study her up front. But that calf, I love her looseness of spine, how she can get out and travel. You compare her to the one maybe behind her or right in front of her, maybe got a tick of chest, but I still think that she's extremely balanced from the side in terms of her body cavity and how her underline fits together. We talked a calf there that comes out of the 4th class. I told you that was very straightforward for me. I love that calf from her shoulder back. Awesome in terms of her body. Really ideal in terms of her hind leg. Maybe a calf gets a shot rounder there in terms of her pin set, and that's maybe what allows her hind leg to work so good the way that it does. And then we talked her there in class, and the good Lord ain't made a perfect one. Maybe like to lay her back there in her shoulder, but I still think that that's an extremely high quality one. For me, there's one that I guess hit me hard, and I guess continues to do so, that I'm very comfortable with. I think you can go, 2, 3, 4 different ways out here in this division. I'll go show you the 2 that I like the best. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Your division champion goes to entry 299, RJ Peaches, 149K, owned by McQuaid Beery from Esteline, South Dakota.
The young man pulls that white cap that was second there in that class, and I want to commend him just in terms of the quality of that animal. Very nice when he can get her stopped and set up. That look right there of just balance and proportionality is very high quality. To me, I just got to have her go a shot better, especially there out of her front end. We're going to stick right here with this young lady for reserve. Congratulations.
Your reserve Division 3 champion is entry 303, Schrader's Miss Radiant, 299K, ET, owned by Josie Schrader of Wells, Kansas. As we next move into our 4th and final division, coming in the ring next is Class 39.
particular class, and the young man leads this one out, and I guess I just kind of stopped studying as soon as I watched the cattle walk by. Stopped studying her because I knew she needed to win, just in terms of her general build. Awesome in her structure, very nice in terms of her spine, still fresh in her condition. You want to get nitpicky on that one, maybe square her up front there, maybe just kind of lean her just a shot, but that's being ultra critical on one I thought needed to win this class and do so rather handily. But the decision for me becomes between 2 and 3. 2 more moderate frame, stouter cattle. I guess I deemed this one more ideal in terms of her structure. She's probably the plainer fronted one. And as we compare both of these cattle to the one that win, they just need extended type of cattle. Like I said, the young lady or young man's calf here in 3, really stout at the ground, really bold, really robust. Just got to have her kind of more feminine, looking up front, and kind of need to lay that shoulder back into her rib cage and allow her to get out of her front end a shot better. Young man's calf is on the opposite end of the spectrum, length, spine, and just the amount of kind of growth that she has, not holding that against her. If we're going to make them bigger and longer and more extended, we got to have the body to come with it, and I wish she was a bit softer right there. She was still the better option of the bottom trio just in terms of her structure. The young man's white calf has more muscle, more power, and more true dimension than the young lady's calf that's going to round us out. I'd like to see her just have more to her. Still a very nice class with an intriguing one to start us off.
Your results for Class 39. First place goes to entry 312 with AIJCA 298K, owned by Dalton Geiger of Bad Axe, Michigan. Second goes to 310 EF Crystal, owned by Emma Marthaler from Rosemount, Minnesota. Third place goes to 309 DLSC Betty White, owned by Riley Laufenberg of Hickston, Wisconsin. Fourth goes to entry 311 Double H Fergie K102, owned by Riley Hecht of Paynesville, Minnesota. Fifth, and our top bred and owned, goes to entry 314 BCF Barbara Jean 0122P, owned by Hayden Burge of Oxavassi, Missouri. And sixth place goes to entry 308 SCBS Miss Diamond 250, owned by Claire Chanel of DeWitt, Nebraska. Those placings again for Class 39, 632, 415. In the ring next, we have Class 40.
Sort the very last duo of the day on the move, and when we do so, the young lady's calf has to come to the top. Quite a bit better in terms of her front skeleton build, but what really makes her attractive to me, that thing looks like a cow. I mean, that's a big-bodied, really nice, smooth-built one. Really good udder coming in there. Going to be awesome in terms of her teat size and placement, doing what she needs to do going into production, looking heavy bred. That's just more my speed right there. A young man's calf, she has some decided advantages, there's no doubt about it. That's probably the steer maker of the two, just in terms of her width, her spread, and her natural dimension. We've got to make her just better up front, buddy. Take that shoulder, shove it back on her framework, and just allow her to get out of her front end build a shot better. Definitely a nice pair of cattle there that are totally different in their type and kind.
For Class 40, first place and your top bred and owned goes to DR Samantha 2181, owned by Katie Dismukes from Chakota, Oklahoma. Second goes to entry 315 BK Fancy Lady 31, owned by Rex Harrison of Holly Pond, Alabama. In the ring next, we will select your Division 4 champion and reserve champion. At the conclusion of this, we will select your champion percentage and reserve on percentage heifer, followed by the champion bred and owned and our state groups.
Here and our pair of class winners kind of line up with the same type and kind and just genuine build. Love their smoothness and how they combine everything together. This stage, this maturity to have these cattle in the condition they do, I think is impressive. Quite honestly, I think the white one's the way to go just in terms of her looseness of build, her ability to just get out and be so agile. As we ask the cattle to travel, we're going to follow right behind her with the young ladies, though, for reserve. Congratulations.
Your Division 4 champion is entry 312, AIJCA 298K, owned by Dalton Geiger of Bad Axe, Michigan. Your reserve division champion is entry 317, DR Samantha 2181, owned by Katie Dismukes of Chakota, Oklahoma. In the ring next, we will select your champion and reserve champion percentage heifers.
As we get these 4 divisions back out here, to be quite honest with you, I'm absolutely tickled just with the cattle that we have come back out here. You make tough decisions in those division drives and tough decisions within class, but when those cattle come back out and look the way these do, I guess it makes me even more confident in those decisions that I made. With that being said, I think there's 3, 4, 5 of them out here that you can make an argument for. They're all different and definitely kind of have some things that you like and some things you want to change, and that's the glory of it. It's my decision today, and hopefully it's the one that you guys like. With that being said, I come into these things, and I'll be perfectly honest with you. I've been on the wrong side of the political things too much in my life to come out here and pull those moves. So we're going to pick the best cattle. We're going to pick the ones that I'm the most comfortable with. And when I lay my head down on the pillow tonight, I know that I'll do exactly what I wanted to. With that being said, I think it's deserving of these young people. You get out here, you get this far, you do this much work, and then sometimes I struggle, as the position that you guys are on the sidelines of, man, why were we reserve, or why didn't we get reserve, or, vice versa. So I guess in my opinion, I'll just go through right quick and just tell you a little bit of what I see. Calf up front, we used you because of your genuine build and body. Very bright future, just not enough to you today. For me, the decision lies kind of from here back, and I'll tell you why. This female, we picked her there within that particular class. She was the more elongated, just more probably feminine option of the pair of cattle, was very comfortable with her hip design and where everything sat. That calf is extremely challenging for me at some point because her hip and hind leg read incredible. I just wish she would reach maybe ever so slightly, just a little bit better. And I think that issue comes from up front. She's probably a shot more tilted in terms of her shoulder, kind of getting a shot just straighter. And I think that issue comes from there. The problem is when the cattle are parked, I think she wins easy. I love her in terms of how she's put together, about her chest, her body, and her flank, and how everything balances. That's an extremely high quality individual. Young man, we talked to you there within your division. I told you I love this thing in terms of the looseness of her build. There's no doubt in my mind. I think what we try to build in cattle is almost impossible. We want them to be so loose built, so loose spined, and be able to just get out and float. Well, when we build them that loose, they're going to come apart right behind their shoulder. There's no way around it, and that's what that one does. You have to ask yourself: is she quite bold enough there in her forerib? Is she quite tucked up there in her chest enough? If she is, that's the undeniable winner, just in terms of her looseness of build and how she can get out and cover ground and travel. Then we talked the big white one there in the last division. That one's super smooth, super well put together, just extremely just kind of middle of the road in terms of what she has to offer. I don't know if she has enough extras to get right over the hump today, but certainly one that I think's in the hunt. I apologize I took an extra minute, but I just kind of wanted to explain what's going through my head. My wife will tell you sometimes what's going through my head isn't very easy to understand, so I try to explain myself the best way possible. With that being said, this will probably be one of the last times I grab the mic today. Very, very fortunate to be in the position I am. Very grateful to be in the position I am. I hope you guys enjoyed yourself as much as I have, and I hope you guys have just taken time to take in this experience. With 2 little boys at home, I can tell you time flies, and it's hard to just stop and accept where you're at and just enjoy where you're at in the moment. I hope you guys get to do that here today and get to enjoy yourself with your family here this week. I'll go out and show you the 2 that I like. Let's give these kids a big round of applause.
Your champion percentage heifer is entry 299, RJ Peaches 149K, owned by McQuaid Bear from Esteline, South Dakota.
This young lady, we talked to her in that division about how high quality that animal was. I think she deserves the recognition in terms of the quality of work that she's put into that animal. That animal is spot on in terms of her hair, her presentation, and how good of a job that young lady does as we compare to the one that was right in front of her, the one that honestly was in contention for grand. Obviously, maybe, that one's maybe a shot stouter, maybe not quite as attractive. You got to decide which way you're going to go. For me, I've made my decision. I'll go out and show you which one I like the best.
Your reserve champion is entry 281, Boy Kara 272K PLD, owned by Owen Weisinger from Fort Madison, Iowa. Congratulations to all these exhibitors. We will now move into our champion bred and owned percentage heifer.
We pulled these 7 females out here, and if you guys don't know, so these are the highest placing bred and owns throughout today's show, and I think it's absolutely awesome that you guys have incorporated this in and honoring these young kids for raising the cattle that they have put together. I think it's extremely close. You could honestly go several different ways, and I'm perfectly fine if you want to talk yourself one way or another. I think that there's one out here that kind of stands out for me for just having the most quality, and I think that's the the one that kind of stands out the most. Obviously, let's give these young people a big round of applause for their bred and owned cattle. I'll select your champion.
Your champion bred and owned percentage female is entry 302, BCR Lady Lux 226, owned by Devin Benish, Valparaiso, Nebraska. Next up, we will have our champion and reserve champions, state groups of 3. state group of 3 is Oklahoma. Your reserve champion state group of 3 is South Dakota. Congratulations again to all of our exhibitors, and we look forward to seeing everybody in the morning for the Owned Heifer Show that'll kick off right at 8 o'clock.